Visually, bratwurst. Nice. Is that like a? That's like the big sausages. We have brat. I mean, I know we have worst here, so in America, so. Yeah, they're pretty good. Is that like a German thing? Because we have them here. It's just I didn't know where they are. I mean, it kind of sounds like a German word now that you say it. I've had them. I mean, I've had the Americanized version, so. Coleslaw and bratwurst, as if Germans eat nothing else. I forgot beer. Well, you mean sauerkraut, and well, you guys got the pretzels, the bratwurst, sauerkraut, and beer. The main, the four main things that you need. I think that's a pretty I mean, to me, that sounds like a balanced diet. A lot of people don't know this. Pretzels and sauerkraut. Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't know this, but German cereal, like they have the pretzel shaped cereal. Like when you pour it in your bowl, it's like little pretzels, and you just put beer over that, and that's the German cereal. A lot of people don't know that. I don't know. Sounds like good hearty food to me. Beer flows from the tap. True. That would be funny. That would be a funny skit. As an American goes to Germany, and then they have like the hot and cold water, and then the another tap just it's like funded by the city. It's just beer. It's right next to the sink, the third tap. That would be a pretty funny skit. I had wide ribbon pasta with scrambled eggs and bacon today. Nice. Yeah, bacon is good. Wide ribbon pasta. Thank you for the follow. I'm trying to remember what I had. I just ate some beef and water. My meals were pretty I have been giving my dog milk, and I'm trying to like fatten him back up. I've been giving him milk after every meal to kind of put on some pounds again. And it's been working, I think. He looks a little bit beefier. We have bacon from Canada that's like super good. It doesn't have any preservatives in it. It's the only bacon I've been able to find that is like it doesn't have anything extra in it. It's just bacon and salt. But it's only like one company from Canada that sells it. What the? Flotar, what the? Appreciate it, man. Let's do a shout out. Let's do a shout out really quick. Thank you, Flotar, man. How was your day? How was your project? Hello, what the? Nice. Yeah, how was your guys', did you guys, get close to finishing that, frog thing? Surprisingly fun, turned out great. Well, it looked like you had good stuff going on there. It looked like you had good stuff going on. Are you gonna make, like, an animation? Are you shooting for, like, you're gonna. Gotcha. Bacon is delicious. Yeah, no, I agree. Sometimes if I start to eat bacon though, I can't. It's too hard to like put it down. I keep making more of it, you know. Bacon is a little too good. Future Oil, is he gonna make an animation from the project he's working on? I'm excited to see it. He's always got something going on over there that's looks not an animation. Gotcha. Eating my fasting lunch. He's gonna use it to do a painting. Yeah, that's a really good idea actually, to do Blender to design a painting. That's a very good idea. Like create your own reference. It's actually kind of genius if I'm being honest. I just wish I had that like level of patience. You know, I don't have that level of like It's like every painting is like its own sort of a project. You know, it's like. Anyway, right now the plan is to just make something in 3D digital every weekend, but it's turning out into this series of Western-themed frog adventures, taking reference from film screen caps for lighting and composition. It's, you know what's weird? It's convenient now that, like, when you were showing me the Western the Western themed like movie sets, and Quentin Tarantino did this too, is like in his the last one he made. There's a lot of spotlights being used back then, which you would think, with electricity being so limited, you would think like spotlights would be kind of like not in every single bar and setting, but they sure did use a lot of very I want to have a classic cinematic scenes with fat cartoon frog in it. I want to have like classic cinematic scenes with fat... honestly, I think you're onto something with the frog thing. I think the frog thing and yeah, I don't know. I think you're onto something. It's a good idea. Maybe you should start a an Instagram like not dedicated to that, but like I feel like you need like because you're like I feel like you're getting close to like something real. You know what I mean? Like the frog thing works. I don't know. Like it's almost like you're like close to something like that could like grow. Maybe you should start an Instagram or something like dedicated to like the frog adventures or something. I don't know, you know. Maybe. At the moment, I just want to get back into making cool stuff. Gotcha, gotcha. But you always stream cool. I mean, you're always doing some kind of a project, right? Like, I've never seen you not do stuff. I don't think I've seen the 3D stuff as much, but... Copyright that frog theme? Well, it's kind of hard to own like a frog theme. I'm sure there's like some other things that have frogs in it that, you know. Once I have stuff, then maybe I'll start sharing it. I'm done posting for double-digit view counts on social media. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, social media can be, like, I've never got... I think I've only had but a moment in my entire, like, social media time where I started, like, I hit, like, over... like, into the, like, 100, like, likes per post. And then that faded away, too. So I've never been able to kind of, like, get out of that, so I totally get it. I totally get it. I actually heard a podcast interview of a gallery manager, Guru. He said galleries prefer artists that don't post on social media. You know, I think I've heard somebody say that too. And I wonder if that's because there's some good reasons not to do that. But yeah. Like I disagree. Like I think like I mean I could be totally wrong, but I feel like I would not make that compromise. Obviously you said prefer, so they're not like excluding everyone, but I think if you're not on social media, like if you're trying to make art be like a thing that makes money, I think that's like Looney Toony Town. I think you just have to be on there. Actually, I have stuff. Then maybe I'll start sharing. Nice. Yeah. No, I think social media. I basically like social media. Like honestly, I don't. Even though I haven't had any spectacular success or anything, I kind of just like it, and I like checking out people's stuff, and I feel like it's like it is a little bit of a. There's a lottery ticket aspect to it. Like even if you're talented, like your chances of popping off are like really small. It's still like kind of cool, the idea that you could like pop off. And something could happen for you. You know, I don't know. And just it's nice to have like regular. I mean, there is like a handful of regular viewers that like do like my stuff, so I do it. I do it for them. I do it for them. It's almost like they want you be able to say we discovered you. Well, I think it's that, but also like a lot of people don't handle those social media accounts professionally. And so you could be a gallery and you're representing their name, and suddenly out of nowhere they're like spouting off and saying stuff that's like off track with like the business side of art. You know what I mean? Like some kind of whatever. And so the gallery now has that issue to deal with. So I think it's a little bit of a... There's more it's more than just like one thing. I think having anybody like that handles their own social media accounts, like that person could zoink out any day and just start yelling on the internet about whatever, and now you have that, you know, a plate full of controversy to deal with. I think that's maybe part of it, but I don't know. But they do probably want to be the ones that say we discovered you too, you know, kind of give themselves the pat on the back. Then they will say, without us, you would have been nothing. I think if you have, it's not, I don't think every gallery is doing that, honestly. I think there's a lot of, like, I don't think every gallery's out there to kind of take the most advantage of you, and I'm sure that exists, but, yeah, I don't know. My take on it is less radical. I think bad situations happen, but I don't think every gallery is out there just trying to swindle everyone. Plus, honestly, if you're a good painter and you have a gallery that's selling your art and they're taking a lot of, you know, like it's worth a lot to just paint and not worry about the logistics of it. Like it really is just, it's worth not having the headache. So whatever money they take, like if you look at the picture broadly, it's a lot of times it's worth just taking $200 out of a $1,000 sale so that you're just painting, they show up, they take it, they sell it, yada yada, they do the marketing. It's worth that to not have that overhead of having to think about all that stuff. Like it's hard managing social media, like it's a lot of work. I just do a bunch of workouts still. Lurk time. Gotcha, buddy. Thank you for the raid. I was cleaning my dishes this morning, and I had one of the pipes got loose. Like I don't have them secured with glue or whatever. They're just like twisted on, and one got loose and started spilling water everywhere. So I spent like an hour cleaning everything up and taking everything apart and putting it back together. I need to like buy that pipe glue or whatever, but I'm kind of just don't want to. Is it the valve or the pipe that broke? No, nothing really broke. It's the, like, It's the thing that you know how they like it screws on, like the pieces screw onto each other. It just got like loose over time because I never like put the glue on there. I just tightened the crap out of it, but obviously over the years it like slowly got loose. So it's no big deal. It's just. Oh, we watched that one movie, Obsession last night. I can't say that I really liked it. Like, I don't know why, but I felt like a lot of anxiety the entire time. Like, the movie it wasn't like scary, it just was anxiety provoking for me. I just felt very uncomfortable the entire time. Like, I honestly kind of, well, I don't know, it's kind of a new movie, I don't want to say too much about it. I don't want to, like, ruin it for other people, but I would probably never rewatch it again. Shiba says, hi, babe, man, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, man, Future Will says, me too. Yeah, were you there for did you show up during the second movie, or did you show up... Yeah, I think it was when we started watching the second movie. I don't know, the Obsession was a little too... Like I said, I just felt anxiety. Like, it gave me... I can't say that I like enjoyed it. I don't know. It was like it was a good movie, and it definitely makes you want it makes you like think about you should be careful what you wish for. I guess like that's the lesson. And but yeah, overall it was a good film, like well made. but it's definitely like a movie that I don't know if enjoyable is the correct word. I didn't hate it. It just like well, first of all, we kind of cracked it. Well, we kind of figured out what was going on early enough to where the mystery was gone, but the anxiety was there. I showed up during the Comet movie. Oh man, I hated that movie. I like the idea of like they just had like a cool premise, right? Not really like a super original premise because I feel like I've seen that before. I've seen like that kind of idea expressed before in a movie, but it was interesting in that like it's simple to film. Like they just had a house with people in it, and then they just pretended like stuff was happening. But like it wasn't like well executed. Like for such a simple concept, you think things would be pretty straightforward, but like the movie like got confusing pretty quickly, and it really shouldn't have because it wasn't like that crazy. I can't say that I really liked any of those movies, but like the first one was at least like very competently made. It had good moments, but it was more of not so much a horror film for me as it was anxiety simulator. Actors playing actors. That was the other thing. Yeah, the Comet movie was like it had a room full of actors pretending to be actors, and I think they did a kind of a good job. They all seemed like actor. They all kind of gave actor kind of energy. It was alright. I think it could have been better executed. I think the premise was good. I just think it needed a little bit more. It needed time to cook in terms of writing and stuff. And when I say that, I'm fully aware that I would not have been able to make a better movie, but. You know, now that I'm learning GD script, maybe I'll be able to write in like cool stuff for my stream. Like when I get rated, I'll have like a custom thing happen. You know what I mean? Like a dancing cat or something. I can see potential there. It's weird now that I've like committed to like kind of going super hard on this picture, I can see more and more stuff that I need to like fix and work on. Like I'm actually kind of interested in like if I genuinely just keep trying to like add to it. Today's gonna be a little bit of a warmer day. By the way, I bought this awesome fan. It's you charge it with a USB-C like a phone, and it's gonna help me stay alive for when it gets hot. It only has like 2 hours on it, but you just plug it into your like normal. You plug it into your. Is it coming through the mic right now? I might have to put it over there, or like flip it to my arm or something here, like that. That's gonna be awesome. It's not even falling right now. That's awesome. That's gonna super help. But anyway, I'll turn it off for now. I need to save battery for. I love it, and it's small enough that I can like. Yeah. Dude, little fans, people underestimate how awesome a little fan can be sometimes. It can really like save your day, just having a little fan. Holiday Scented Soap says, hi Poros and chat, welcome Holiday. Don't tell me it's one of those gimmicks that claim to cool the entire house, and it's the size of a small shoebox. I bought a couple of those actually. I bought the ones that it's basically a computer fan down there, but you pour water at the top, and water and ice. Now, if you have a lot of ice and you run it on max setting, it will seem a little cooler than a normal fan for like 2 seconds, and then the ice melts immediately. It's definitely like a gimmick where, yeah, if you have like endless ice next to you, and you have like 14 of them in your bedroom, you could like cool the air down. But I bought them thinking like maybe, yeah, they're basically a waste of time and money. But every year I end up buying some kind of a fan. I'm going miniaturized this year with the fan system, because I can control the electricity intake, if that makes sense. I like that guy's face so much. I don't know why. Thank you. Yeah, he has a very. I like the. I wasn't gonna do no eyes, but no eyes like kind of works for me, and he seems kind of like that. You know, gives him like a. Not a sexy, but what's the word? It gives him kind of like a more of a underworldly look, like he's post redemption kind of. He's just completely like a blind demon. Like it gives him like this kind of completely like corrupted vibe. Bad boy, evil demon. Yeah. I keep leaving my doors open to because I like the fresh air this time of year, and the consequences of that is flies. So bear with me. I should give him, you know how like in the 2000s, like everyone had that like gothic like haircut, like coming over their eyes with like the black hair. I should give him that kind of like hairdo going over, like, you know what I mean, like that band boy gothic kind of skateboarder look. Holiday Scented Soap in this economy. Lol, with one eye all visible. Yeah, exactly. So you know what I'm talking about. That was a whole thing. That look, it's still around, but it's a lot more rare now. But it really blew up. Like when I was in high school, it seemed like that's when it was like at its peak. I think I have like this theory that the goth kind of like look and spirit, it like comes back into society. Like people want it. You know what I mean? Like it keeps re-emerging every 20 years. Like there's a new gothic like kind of like re-emergence in society. they like re-fall in love with that kind of concept. And honestly, if I was more aware, like if I just was like, I didn't really understand anything about clothing. I didn't even know where you would go to buy clothing. It was provided. But like, like, I think I would have gone goth in my youth had I understood anything about anything. Like, I just didn't even know, like, the concept of going to the mall and buying things was like so foreign to me. Like, I never spent any money ever on anything. Except for like computer stuff, but... So I was just like, style-wise, like, well, I'm still oblivious to it, but I mean, like, especially when I was in high school, like, I had no idea, like, that you can just go and buy, or like how people put their look together. I like had zero, like, that was outside of the realm of like what I knew. I had a goth phase in high school. Love trip pants. Yeah, no, I think a lot of kids went through it. I even knew, like, one girl, she was, like, preppy, like, blonde hair preppy, but she would have, like, subtle hints of goth, where she would, like, wear shoes with, like, skulls on them, and there would be, like, gothic accents on her, like, clothing, but if you looked at her all together, she was still kind of preppy looking. It was interesting. She definitely had a vibe about her. May the force be wash you. Nice. My mom hated bringing me to the mall because I always wanted to go to Hot Topic. Yeah, Hot Topic was like... I actually kind of did like it. Sometimes there would be, like, really, like... interesting things that you normally wouldn't see in, like, polite society. So it was kind of interesting just to go in there. And I would rarely want something, but sometimes they would have, like, a cool thing. Like one of those, like... Not a doll, but, you know, like, some sort of a sculpture or something that, like, you just can't find until the internet happened more. I think Hot Topic was definitely, like... It was definitely cool. One Hope Soap. Slipknot fan, welcome. How's it going, buddy? Oh, we watched that movie you were talking about. We watched I'm already blanking on it. Obsession? We watched Obsession last night with Javochi, and it was pretty dope. It gave me, like I was just saying earlier, it just kind of gave me, like, anxiety, though. More so than horror. I felt like very uncomfortable the entire time. Partially because I understood kind of what was going on pretty early on, so I was like, oh no. No, you know what I mean? The entire movie I was like, no, dude, like, it is like it's like a dark movie. It's like, I guess, like, once you figure out the mystery, like, the entire movie is just uncomfortable to watch because you know what's going on. Dark Side Scrub. Oh, that's a good one. Dark Side Scrub. I don't want to say anymore about it. I don't want to ruin it for people who are going to go and watch it. The Empire Scrubs back. How are you guys so clever with words? Everything I come up with is like so. I've been always been terrible with like all of that stuff. Anything like word related, I can't do. Even coming up with like an online gamer tag, mine have always been like super lame. I swear, my brain is like terrible at that stuff. And then the other movie, the one that when they're in like a hotel in Ireland, again they're doing the whole. I feel like goats have been treated so unfairly historically. It's like they keep being associated with the devil, and all they're doing is like eating grass and jumping around and being happy. I mean, to be fair, goats do look disturbing. Like their eyes and like their whole setup is all like messed up looking, but it's just kind of they get the worst like association ever. They just want to hang out and like hit stuff with their head, but they're like associated with Satan. The Empire Scrubs back. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only soap. These photos, the way you use white pencils, you make it look so easy. Thank you. Yeah, I have like just as good as I am with penciling, I'm just as bad at like math and like writing. Like just as bad. I think like when I was born, like they put all my talent points into like one subtree. You know, like in Fallout, like they put it all in like artistic stuff, like and not logic, nothing else. They forgot to spread out the points kind of evenly. We have B. Armand. B. Armand says hello. Nice. Hello. That's on the YouTube side. How long have you been drawing? About 2 weeks. 2 weeks, or give or take a few days. I picked up a drawing book from Amazon. It was like 13 bucks, and I've been following that. Could you imagine? I know, that would be crazy. I taught him everything he knows in 24 hours using AI. Yeah. That would be so discouraging if you actually saw someone learning, like, if you saw somebody like get into drawing and like 2 weeks later they're just putting out like masterpieces, and it's like, dude, what? I, that would be like heartbreaking levels. No, I've been I've been a casual enjoyer of drawing my whole life. I just enjoy drawing. So here we are. I've learned a couple tricks here and there to put on some fancy creatures, and that's kind of what I enjoy doing. 2 weeks, that's kind of crazy. No, I know, I'm kidding. been stuck on one drawing for months, dude. Interesting. What are you trying to draw over there that it's taking months? Are you just doing a lot of rendering, or are you can't get it right the way you want? Sugar Spark says, "How cool art." Thank you. I appreciate that. We try. Thank you for the follow. I used to do traditional art, then I switched to digital. Now I'm kind of stuck. Well, you know, I tried going digital, because it seemed like this very open world and kind of like limitless possibilities. And I found I like the limitations of the physical. I like kind of what it forces. I like the way it looks, and because of my proclivity to render the crap out of everything, if you give me a digital platform where I can infinitely zoom in, I end up just kind of like kind of sterilizing anything good about a picture by just infinitely like zooming in and like fixing everything to the point where like any kind of like interesting thing that it just kind of slowly dies. I don't know. I couldn't do it right. You know, I could eventually have learned. The problem with digital, like I said, it allows you too much. Like it just like you have Control Z, you have layers, you have infinite zoom in, infinite whatever, like, you know, resolution. It's too much. I like functioning within the boundaries of sort of this. This works for me. Over perfecting everything, it's just how my brain works. I just like dig in, like I trench in, and I just keep trenching down until like it doesn't work for me in the right way. I have to like, my brain isn't good for that. I would be good at like, maybe if I had my personality or my traits but also was like logically inclined, it'd be good for programming, because I would just really think through the problem. But because it's art, it's like it sort of gets used incorrectly. It's kind of how I look at it. General Gareth, the only who really gives a poop, because you're doing fantastic anyway. Thank you, man. Yeah, I try. You know, I try. I do want to kind of go more towards the high. Well, sometimes I have an argument with myself about the high render stuff versus like the sketchier stuff. And I like both. I like the rawness of the sketchy stuff. Like there's like this more personality, and the high render stuff is like very refined. You get like days and days to kind of like slowly shape it into like this kind of thing that looks very impressive. But I feel like, I don't know. It's just a struggle, internal struggle I have inside. I can't really, I can't set my heart to like exactly what kind of an artist I want to be. I will say this. I think the harder thing is the sketchier stuff because you have less. You have to put down more information with more skill, and you don't get to correct it by endlessly rendering. I think the highest form is actually like. The higher form is like the sketchier stuff because you're expressing it with fewer lines and getting the point across without, you know, like slowly shaping it into what you want over the course of days. So, that's just my sort of thought. Don't take it too seriously. I did traditional for 4 years, but I'm pretty sure I can get the hang of it. Nice. No, you're fine. You'll get there. I believe in you. I've only known you in chat for the last 20 minutes, but I believe you can do it. It's just a matter of what you focus on. Like you know what I mean? Thanks, dude. Yeah, no problem. What kind of creature would you describe it as? I guess a gothic-inspired. I am still playing Diablo 2, by the way. I know I talked about it. I bought it kind of recently. Rebought it for $40 again. And I'm slowly going through it. I'm in Act 2, but I'm having kind of a hard time getting through it. So I'm just kind of like leveling right now slowly. Every morning I sit down for about 30 minutes and I try to level up my guy a little bit. So it's been a very slow process, but we'll get there eventually. But thing is, I never beat Diablo 2 because I always played it at a friend's house, so I never really had the time to like dig into it like that. But it was definitely my favorite game for a while when I was a kid. Another person online on YouTube says, getting weirder over in Twitch. Well, what the? I feel like Twitch has been pretty chill lately. Jello. I want to get like all of the environmental darkness to be like very smooth across the board and like get it to as professional as I can get it, basically, is the goal. You know what? I actually kind of enjoy Diablos 2's outdated feel. Like, it has the jank of an older game, and I actually kind of have been enjoying the jank. The weird, unoptimized controls, like the way you set your potions and stuff. Like, it all feels very, like, kind of cumbersome compared to, like, more mainstream games now. But I actually kind of enjoyed kind of that aspect of it, honestly. Oh, my little... Do you guys want to see my plants? My tobacco plants that I'm growing? I'll show you guys really quick. My little tobacco farm. It's not really doing that well, but they sprouted and they're alive. They're doing the best they can. I'll show you guys really quick. I think I was supposed to spread them out more. But here in a few days, I'm going to take them out and put them inside of cylinder blocks outside. Like, I have these big cylinder blocks that are empty. I'm gonna put dirt in them so I can have like this garden, kind of like these rows of my tobaccos. And I think they're not growing because maybe they're competing for space. Is that stuff legal? You can grow tobacco stuff. Like, it's just tobacco leaves. You can grow that. You just can't, like, I can't sell tobacco. I can grow it for myself and dry it and smoke or whatever. But my plan is to use it as a I don't know, I've just been growing like weird plants lately, just like grass, and like I just have like these around the house, and I've been like just watching stuff grow slowly. But I bought tobacco seeds, and the reason being is that I heard from a buddy that when he worked on a tobacco farm, they would put like just tobacco leaves as like kind of like people do with the pouches. And so I don't know, It's just like a quick little experiment. I'm not gonna go off the rails on this, but you'll get a bunch of little flies from plants. I don't know. I have a bunch of little flies because I keep my doors open when it gets cooler, so that's why I have flies. But I also have those blue light things that zap them, so they don't get out of control. But we'll see what it turns into. Like I said, I'm very like, I'm not gonna put a crazy amount of effort into it. I do believe in like I'm just gonna kind of like let them go outside, and if they survive, that's great. But I'm not gonna put too much effort into it. Like when I did the cherry tomatoes, I had crazy results. I had tomatoes for like forever, just eating them every morning, like handfuls. It was great. And they didn't even get eaten by anything. Like nothing even ate them. That was a weird thing. I have like rabbits back there. You would think they would just destroy that in like 2 seconds. It's Mama Funk. The little flies are fungus gnats and only really become an issue if you overwater or use cheap soil. I literally just grabbed soil from the backyard. I had like a little mound. I have like a little mound from a project, and I just dug up a little bit of that. Like I took very little precautions in soil quality, if I'm being honest. If you put a couple of tablespoons of hydrogen peroxide in a half gallon of water and use that to water the plants, it will kill the gnats without harming the plant. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. I don't know too much about it, but like, yeah, I'm like I said, my hope is that they just do well outside. Once they get a little stronger, we're gonna set them outside, and I'm gonna put in between the garage and the house. There's this little sliver of land where it gets sunlight, but it doesn't get laser beamed all day with the sunlight. So I think they'll survive there better. We'll experiment and put a few cinder blocks out towards the sun and a couple of them in the shade, and we'll just see kind of which ones do better. I don't know how sensitive they are to this. How I feel like tobacco plants are usually right in the middle of a field, though. They're not too sensitive, are they? I have a couple dozen houseplants, and I get gnats sometimes. They're not hard to get rid of, though. Yeah, and I've just been like, I just figure if there's grass inside the house, isn't that helping the house? Like producing, it's like killing the bad stuff, probably. Like I know it's not gonna make like a huge difference, but a micro difference, right? They're consuming carbon monoxide and you turning it into oxygen, right? So like I said, I'm not a big plant guy. That's why I grow grass, weeds, weird plants I find in the backyard, because they're resilient. Even that's the only thing I can grow without killing it. Cherry tomatoes are great with peanut butter. Interesting. I like cherry tomatoes a lot. Like I can just eat a bowl of them. Like once I start, I can't like stop. They're too good. Is it Yatsu Illustrations also says hi? Nice. Thank you, Yatsu. Thank you for stopping by. Then you can get animals that eat those and other creatures. I have rabbits in the backyard, and you can see they dug holes under the fence, and I just leave them alone. I don't like care, but I'm not a big like. It'd be nice if they paid rent, if they would leave a couple dollars at the end of the month, but they don't. All right, not a huge deal. for you, for your little sprouts, you should be able to separate them pretty easily. Usually 8 hours of sunlight is a good ballpark to aim for. Just gotta keep up on water, because the more sun they get, the more you'll need to see. That's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to turn this into a big project. I want this to be a easy, like, I'm gonna put them in that half shaded area and some of them in not so shaded area, and kind of see which ones survive. I want to tune it to low maintenance. I don't want to start a garden. I'm trying to do everything on, like, in low maintenance mode, because if I just can't afford to open another front with like another more hobbies. Like, it has to be like a low level, like a low energy level hobby, if that makes sense. That's my thing. But yes, that's probably solid advice. And honestly, I have a spot in my backyard where I have like these weeds that grew up against the fence, and they're like 8 foot tall now. I think I can. There's like a row of land behind them, and I can like plant them kind of like I can plant things behind those weeds because it's like a fence of weeds now. If I just mow back there, I can create like a layer of defense against like the harshness of the sun. So maybe I'll do that to reduce the amount of sun for certain plants. I'm very strategic in my involvement. But it's interesting watching them grow and stuff. I definitely noticed that like the stuff that doesn't get enough sunlight, it definitely just kind of stays small. It just doesn't have the energy to kind of, there's just not enough. What's the word? Bioluminescence, or not bioluminescence? Photosynthesis. There's just not enough of it. See, I know some words. That one was a big word. You try remembering that. I think what I want to do down the road with introducing colors is have yellow, orange, and bluish colors only, and use as like yellow for increasing the warmness, not necessarily color, but have it be like a way to crank up the warmness, and bluish tones for the darker stuff, and that's it, if that makes sense. So there's no color, but I can still have warmth. I think that's the direction I need to go in, but I need to find like good chalky pencils. They can't be those the waxy pencils. I really don't like those. I like only the chalky ones. Those work really well for me. I feel like light should be on the right wing, just opinion. I did think about that. I kind of wanted to isolate the light to like one spot. It seems like the light should be hitting there. However, I'm just not going to do it and risk and like I want to manipulate where the light is and just keep the wings dark. Even though it kind of seems like it should be there, we're just going to not do it for the sake of achieving kind of like what I want in terms of where I want the eye to be drawn towards. And like I said, I kind of want to do I can't remember, a Gustav Door style kind of like very specific light source. Even right, it's hard to do because there's this temptation to add light everywhere, which can be good, but I'm trying to isolate what the person's looking at, and you'll still see the silhouette of the dark wings. Does that make sense? It's just more. It's not. It's reality is we're just ignoring that, and hopefully it'll come through in a good way. So that's my answer to that. Hopefully towards the end, the dark wings won't look so like I just forgot to put the light on there. It'll look more like the light is just is where it is because nature chose for that to be that way. Makes sense. There you go. But some artists do the the light is obviously like being bended to bend reality to force you to see something, but it still looks good. And sometimes it's better to do it with if this guy was a rat and he was underground and you had like a beam of light shining through not a ventilation system but a grid of, like a hole, a man cover thing, and a beam of light was hitting him, it would make sense logically that way. And I'm kind of there's nothing here that would justify that except there just happens to be a beam of light. But yeah. So I don't even have a good excuse. I'm just saying that's what I'm going for, and hopefully it just kind of turns out good. Anything new? Did I tell you about? I watched the movie. Slipknot. I watched the Obsession movie. I thought it was good, but it wasn't my cup of tea, I think. But I appreciated the quality, but... I know you said it was good, and I did think it was good. It just, like I was saying earlier, it just kind of gave me anxiety the entire time. What did you think of it? It depends on like how much you want me to, because like you said, the movie can be easily like I said, it wasn't scary. It made me just glad you saw it. Yeah, I thought it was good. It's just that like I figured out the thing pretty early on, and without the confusion of what's going on, it just like once you realize like what's actually going on, you're like, it just like the movie, it gave you anxiety. Yeah, because the trick was solved too early on, like about what's going on. So I was just like watching it, like I feel bad for like almost everyone there. Like I'm like, I don't know. So yeah. I just felt bad for everyone, kind of. It scared me a lot. I actually woke up at 3 a.m. at night and couldn't go back to sleep. Yeah, no, it had good moments. I mean, it was like the parts where she was like zoinking out, and like she was like losing it, like because you can't like when you don't know. It's like when she's doing all of the like the weird, creepy stuff. It's very disturbing. Like that stuff was done very well. You know, the effect was very powerful in the cinema. I bet, yeah. I think part of it, yeah, I was like watching it on, you know, on the little screen, so it wasn't quite the same. But yeah, when she was doing the, you know, she started acting weird, and you could tell like as things went on, and she kept doing like progressively worse things. It's like, dude, this is getting like, you need to take care of this situation, you know. Watching it on the computers, well, yeah, it's always better to go to the theater, and you know what I mean, like it's always going to be like kind of like, because even if the movie theater doesn't kind of have like the greatest quality stuff in terms of sound, you're still there to watch the movie. You're like kind of in the mood with the popcorn, you're excited, like it's not even like that the movie theater is like better quality necessarily. It's that it's like if I'm sitting here and there's like 4 monitors, it's like I'm gonna go look at Instagram or something. You know, it's when you're at the movie theater, you're like forced into it, you know, into the thing more. So yeah, it would have helped had I not been looking at my phone for 40% of the movie. Yeah, the acting was really good. Yeah, the acting, like both actors were really, really good. I felt like really all actors in that movie were shockingly good, because this movie could have easily felt like a B movie. Like it had all the potential to feel like a cheap movie that was like, you know what I mean, like that, but it felt like a real movie. Everything from acting to the cinematography, like everything worked really well. But I can definitely see that like this in my mind, like this movie being filmed by like students, and it would have been like, you know, not as well executed. It's a real roller coaster ride in the cinema. Yeah. No, I'm a fan. I'm gonna go start going more often eventually here, because I do like that our local one, they kind of They've been like working on it, so it's not like gross anymore. As gross, so it's and the tickets are actually not that pricey. The pricey part is the popcorn and stuff. That's where they get you, which I don't mind. I kind of like the full movie. Like if I do go to the theater, I do like to do like the full thing. Like I need the popcorn, I need the drink, I want the pretzels or whatever, the chips. Like I want the dipping sauce. Like I don't deny myself at the movies. There was a lot of effort put into the movie. Yes, it was a good movie. It was, like I said, it was very well made. It just wasn't my cup of tea, and partially because of, let's just say, like I solved like the main premise of like what was going on. I figured it out, and then once that puzzle is gone and you're not wondering, you're just like, oh man, this is bad. This is just like a bad situation, and he needs to like do something about it. You should just blind watch it. Yeah, you know what? I think it's kind of like you did say that, but even in saying that, like even the name itself is sort of part of the trick. Don't try to I can't not try to figure it out. That's the thing is too, like Begonia had that same issue where you kind of go, it either is the thing you think it is, or like, because it crawls into your mind, right? You're like, wait, is it like is it the thing, or is it not the thing? And then once you sort of realize the thing, you know, like it's hard to make movies, man. Like I love Begonia a lot, but it's like it's one of my favorite movies of whatever year it came out, but like it still had that issue where it hinges on like the big trick, and so I don't know. That was a good movie though. And this one was too. It just made me feel like it's like I thought I was gonna watch a horror movie, but I watched anxiety happen inside of me the entire time, because I was like, man, I hope they all get help. Laruko Kia says, drawing for the weekend. Nice, thank you. The shadows on the creature is spot on. Almost looks like the Jeepers Creeper. Oh yeah, it did. You know that thought did cross my mind. That's another. Jeepers Creepers is another franchise that I think if you put the right guy in there, they can really take Jeepers Creepers to the next level. But I feel like that's not gonna happen ever. But I think Jeepers Creepers really has legs. It really has a lot of potential. It just kind of they need the right guy in there. You know, they need a budget. If you want a blind watch recommendation, check out Bring Her Back. I'm gonna guess the movie's about they try to kidnap a girl and then it turns out so bad for them that they like bring her back. Did I guess the movie? They're just like, this isn't worth whatever money we're gonna get out of this. Let's just bring her back. Just causing too many issues. I bet I just guessed the movie too. Jeepers Creepers is quite an emotional movie. I think it can be, like I said, I think Jeepers Creepers could be turned into like an American, like it's kind of like the Mothman, or if they did a really good one, because they kind of keep making Jeepers Creepers kind of what's the word? It's just not enough, because there's a bunch of them now. There's like 3 of them, right? And they never quite. You're trying to figure it out again, Lil? Yeah. I'm sure if I saw the trailer, I would figure it out. But I think Jeepers Creepers can be, you know, on the big level. I just think like it needs more talent thrown at it to like bring it into like back into like the mainstream talking kind of. I can't. I have a hard time watching movies like that. They have to do a really good job. A movie has to do a really good job at like hiding the thing, and because a lot of movies, like when they have a thing, right? They kind of confront you with it, and you're forced to be like, "Wait, is this the thing?" And then you're either gonna guess right or not. And so the movies that do like plot twist well is like, you gotta hide the cookie to where you never guessed that there was a cookie, you know. And too many like movies kind of like they have the cookie to where you can smell it. You've seen the cookie. It's just a matter of time, you know. They need the right producers and don't turn it into like a Disney, Marvel. Oh my, that would be terrible. Can you imagine? Yeah, I can definitely see them doing that. Like. But I think like I really like the thing. I like the truck idea. I like the whole thing. He comes alive once a year. It's like where he lives. It's like this kind of like Midwest cornfields. Like somebody like goes off, you know, 90s. Like all of that works really well. And I do think it wouldn't hurt it, even to do like a horror movie / action. Where it turns into like more of a. I know we just said not to do this, but like it would be kind of cool if you see him go like a bit of the movie turns into a little bit of like you just see how badass he is, because he does have tools that he throws and stuff. You know, we can do like the whole party bus thing. They get lost. Jeepers Creepers happens. They find the house. They find stuff inside the house. They run away. Jeepers Creepers is like, you know, getting at them. The police know about him. They know. So they're like hesitant. They're like, yeah, man, like that's just, you know, it happens. And so they go back to the police station and like whatever, like they have to defend it. And you just see Jeepers Creepers get all like kung fu-y. Not kung fu-y, but, you know. Oh, game idea. You know what? You guys remember Twisted Metal Black? Twisted Metal series? That always had kind of a Jeepers Creepers vibe to it. How about Jeepers Creepers? Or sorry, how about Twisted Metal Universe, kind of, but GTA, where you can get out and go do stuff, but you're still inside of like this very twisted, dark world, and car combat, and then also GTA stuff. You guys can have that idea. You too, because I remember when we would play Twisted Metal on the PS2 with my friend, we would always just drive around slow and pretend like we live in the city. And I'm like, it would be so cool if this was just like a GTA. You should be a producer. Thank you. I say that all the time. They should give me money and then just leave me alone, because I don't want to really make any of the stuff. No, I do kind of. It's just I have too many ideas versus like what I can execute. But check this out. Twisted Metal, but it's the Twisted Metal universe kind of, but it's a GTA kind of type of game. You know, you go do stuff outside the cars, but the car, it's around the car. Like think Mad Max, that game that they made for Mad Max. That kind of. There is combat, you get out and do stuff, but it's most of the game is around the car combat, like that. But more city and more civilization. Like it's not desert and everything's dead and scavengers. This would be more of a like it just like it's not that it's in a desert. It's just the world is like everything is like Twisted Metal. The houses, that like everything is like super far gone. You know, that would be like really fun. Twisted Skittles, nice. I need to find the game. I think it was called Twisted Metal Black, the one we played, or the version we played. And at the time, it was kind of it really did come off as like an edgy game. Like it was like really dark and like brooding, and you know, I have fond memories of it. But I'm not super into like gladiatorial car combat. I want it just to be a world. Runner Bean, hello gang. What's up, Runner? If Jipochi has it. He has what? Oh. There's a movie about a painter called Light is the main character. I think we can watch it next. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. We should probably start watching like art stuff. Because it is like an art themed Discord, right? Like that would make sense if we watched art related docs. Even though sometimes I find them to be like so boring that like it's hard to. Yeah, that's a good idea. We can watch that. I'm just about to wrap up my art sesh, but now I see you weld that freaking magic pencil. I want to keep going. Nice. Oh, with that magic pencil? Nice. Thank you. Yeah, I've been putting hours into this for sure. Nothing's over. Sings loudly. Does that count? Yes. Somebody said on YouTube, this looks effing amazing. Great work. Thank you. Discombobulated? Disco dancer. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate. Dang a bit. One third of the way there. One Piece is freaking amazing. Thank you. Our man could go into battle with that and live up to tell a tale. Is the pencil mightier than the sword? When the pencil is literally a sword? True. Like, perhaps there are a lot of good-looking women doing music, DJ, oil painting, watercolor stuff. Okay. You mean like on Twitch or? One DJ girl has 840 viewers. Nice. Yeah, I've seen some people doing the DJ stuff. They do pretty well. It seems like that's kind of like a high intensity stream though. I don't think I could, like, I don't think I have the energy to like do a stream like that. I'm a little bit more mellow. Not bad, very not bad. Smirks, nice. Thank you, Weesh. I'm not sure how to say that, but thank you, appreciate that. Do you guys want to hear more about my gaming ideas? I don't have any off the top of my head right now, but I think about them all the time. Of like, what would be a cool game? Always? Alright. As soon as I think of one, I'll just shout it out. I'm so full of like good ideas. I mean, everyone is, right? It's just the execution, the multi-year like struggle to make it happen. I mean, I already told you guys. So today is a special day. My oldest son started working at the grocery store. Nice. Very cool, very cool. Now he can buy himself a computer. You know, he can become a stream. I would tell him to go buy a computer and become a streamer. Or something. I don't know. You gotta do something. Like, if you're young, you gotta, like... If you still live with your parents, you gotta do something like that. Try it out. We live in a world where everyone always has great ideas. Nice. Well, especially me. Especially me. Well, I told you guys about my my Civilization Ball idea, right? I got him a laptop he can stream already. Oh, really? But a laptop is kind of rough. That's kind of rough on the laptop to do streaming. Unless it's like a gaming one, but still, it's like, that's gonna get hot. No, it'll be alright. OBS and a camera, it'll probably be alright. He's got a gaming one? Yeah. Yeah, it's just something to think about. But yeah, the game ball idea, the whole Terraria style game with slowly floating up and islands becoming increasingly more difficult to live on. That one I actually would like to do. Like, I actually think about that one sometimes, like, a lot. Starting from a very small sort of wooden ship that has a balloon or whatever to float up. Then you collect more people, expand its infrastructure, Like it just like this ship like grows and it takes more and more resources, so you have to land and build like little sub civilizations to support its infrastructure. And you fly. The higher you go into the atmosphere, the less sort of oxygen you have up there, so you have to have like life support systems, like, so eventually it gets into like space territory, but your colony continues to grow inside of there. So I don't know, I just thought that would be like a fun kind of like, eventually you get to a high place and then like, you know, just a cool idea. How about a character that has a that is a Starbucks hipster? Sure, why not? I haven't been to Starbucks. I'm not really sure what they're up to over there. I only went there once, and it was very expensive, and I was I would say I was like dissatisfied with it. Like, what I got was not. You know, I just go to McDonald's now again. McDonald's is underrated. Like, honestly, their coffee is pretty fire. You can make it clear that the laptop is yours, that you let him use it sometimes, and then you use the laptop to do your live streams. Oh, not sure. Now, Future Oil has too big of a heart for that. He wouldn't do that. His heart is too big. No backseas. We got Lexus the Corgi says, what would be your biggest advice in art when you feel stuck? I took a little break. I don't know. I got stuck in like just burnout. I don't know. I didn't have any good ideas, and then what I did draw was like kind of lame. I would just take a break. That's, for me, that works. Some simple illustration, but still not able to. So I'm rethinking my process and everything. I have to do. Maybe try. I don't know. Usually for me, if I just run out of ideas and like I don't have a sense of like joy when I draw, usually like a little break kind of fixes that. Gaming laptop is great if you live in colder climates, since it will heat up the room during winter. Well, even a computer will. Your graphics card will produce heat. You know, like if you have a couple computers going in a room, you can like keep that room kind of warm. So we have to draw every day, even if it's just some doodles or croquis. Yeah, I think daily drawing is very helpful for maintaining skill and stuff like that. My work PC is a lap, but they gave me 2 big monitors. Nice! There you go. That's awesome. I remember at work, I kind of got into the office where I used to work. Like I slowly crawled my way to the point where they let me use the computers, and I did not like their stuff. I'll be honest, I was not an enjoyer of the single monitor experience. Was a little rough. After years of like, once I discovered the multi-monitor thing, I'm like, I thought you just had to be like a genius to know how to like program your computer to show 2 monitors. I didn't realize there was just more HDMIs back there. You just plug it in, right? Like, I didn't realize, but I didn't know what I didn't know. Was gaming on a laptop with a GTX 1080. Temps run at 99C. Well, my recommendation would be to go into settings. If I saw my video card at 99C, I would definitely like go into settings and like do something about like drop your settings for sure. Those chips are designed to, I think they're designed to go up to 90C. Like you really shouldn't be going above 90C, I think. Like they'll survive, but like 90C is like kind of where max should be, I think. That's pretty scary. Like I said, I would not. You can push it that way. I just wouldn't recommend doing that. Holding the temperatures for a long time at those temps. But I'm being picky just because of it. Just hurts my soul. It hurts me to hurt technology. Like when I see technology running too hot, it hurts me inside. I have to stop that from happening. But it's all good now. Upgraded a few years ago. Nice, there you go. You know what? I probably should have had this hand be like towards him. Because if you're sitting there like all evilly with a sword, I think it would have looked better in hindsight. Well, this works too, I guess. But it would have looked better maybe like this. Like his hand should be like towards him. Doing like this kind of posture. Since you mentioned ideas for games, and with this awesome work and experience, have you worked on any cool projects that we might know about? Oh, no. It's all inside of my imagination. It's just Delulu ideas. No, I am doing a little game now. Like, now I am. I just don't stream it very often. I've been working about 1 or 2 hours a day for the last 4 months, just tinkering in Godot, and I got a little thing going, but it's nothing really yet to write home about. Maybe I'll show you a picture. Maybe I have a picture. I was this was me working on it. Sorry for the fog and the dirt. It's just a little snippet of me working on the door. I finally put the base down for the door, and it looks a lot better. And there is a reason why it's taking so long, just for like one door. I've been working on it for like what seems like a month almost, or at least 2 weeks. But I'm running into a lot of like challenges. And I got a movable unit. I got a door that responds. It's animated. So that's just I'm trying to make an RTS is what I'm trying to do. But it's gonna be like humans versus creatures versus humans. And so what I'm thinking is, this is what I'm thinking. You start out as like this mutant lab rat in a facility, and you're trying to get out, and you're infesting stuff, and you're like getting rid of the humans and putting creep spores everywhere. And the challenge is to like get through the level, clear the humans, and go to the next section. And that's the game. It just increases in complexity, and like you become stronger, but the humans become stronger, and that's the game. It's a strategy game versus the humans. But the premise of you being like a lab rat that was like mutated and turned into this monstrosity, I want the twist is going to be it was actually you were an eldritch space horror thing that was found at one point. You were not created by humans. And so, like, you know how some RTS missions have this thing where you have a unit that you have to get through the game without dying? So what I'm thinking of, like a king in Ages of Empires, and he cannot die throughout the duration of the game. Here's what I'm thinking. You have an embryo that is slowly growing as sort of like, kind of like think in Alien 1 where they find the Elephant Man, the space engineer. Like it looks like that, like an eldritch being, like slowly growing throughout the levels that you have to keep alive. And every level, it'll slowly become more developed into like a full being. And towards the end of the game, he comes awake, and the eldritch thing is like fully awake, and he reunites with his people and escapes the nightmarish humans. Is that fun? I don't know. Is that fun or is that stupid? Hello, or is that too creepy? Do you have any tips for a beginner at drawing? I mean, I've only been drawing for 2 weeks, so no, I'm just kidding. No, just like practice. You know what I mean? Like you just gotta, just kind of like. I just started drawing monsters, and I didn't really have a goal like when I was a kid. Like I just drew monsters because I like to draw teeth, and things kind of grew out of that. So I don't really have like advice because I just did it because like just to do it. I like seeing a little creature that I drew. So I don't have like a overarching strategy for how to get better because it was like kind of a weird road for me. Been quite a while since I touched an RTS. I understand they can be intimidating, and a lot of times I avoid new ones like that require like if you need 40 hours to get into a game, it's too much for to ask from most people, and I think that's sort of the issue with them is it's like people look at them and they go, yeah, it's not for me. You know what I mean? It's like it automatically excludes like a huge portion of the population because it's too much. But I like what I like, and I'm gonna make what I've always wanted to make. So, no warranties or money back disclaimer. For what? The training session. Yeah, I don't want. I would say the best thing to do is to go get like a book and like follow a systematic like I think draw a box is like probably a good place to start for an absolute beginner. Like it does like a good like baseline, like you should know how to draw ovals, squares, rectangles, and then slowly go into the 2D, understand horizon. Like that's the right way. I did it like super backwards. I just drew stuff and then like I slowly learned all of the fundamentals and like slowly integrated it into my system. The extent to which I could draw 3D stuff was just purely instinctual luck. Like I just understood kind of what 3D was, and then like, yeah. So I learned everything backwards. So I'm nobody to be asking for advice. I like the playstyle, especially when there is risk involved with getting punished or bringing out the unit they can't die. Yeah, no, I think in my thing, like I just want the unit, like the Eldritch being that you're making, right? That you're siphoning resources to grow is more like you have like he's not gonna fight ever. It's just more like you're growing him to full development so he can escape, and the rest of the creatures are just there to service, like this kind of king queen kind of concept. Right, it's like a queen or whatever. They're trying to grow, and then once they have it, like it could actually be a teleportation ship. Like it just looks humanoid, creepy eldritch thing, but it's actually a way. It's a technology that they're growing slowly biologically in order to be able to teleport out of there. Right. What the? Truth advice, 100,000. Nice. I played Heroes of the Storm recently again. Always enjoyed playing characters like Arbiter or stuff like Murky. Spreading like parasites. Yes, spreading like parasites. Just love that phrase. How it just, yeah. I do. I like Zerg style factions. Like, not orcs, but Zerg. You know, like anything that just makes a lot of eggs and then spreads very quickly. Those are my favorite kind of factions. Oh, give me 1 second, I'll be right back, guys. Playing Brood War Zerg at the local internet cafe back in the days was good times. Yeah, I never did the cafe internet thing. I had a PC pretty early on, and yeah, but I will say I wish I had like done that experience. It seems so much fun to like hang out with like around other people and play video games. A buddy of mine thought about opening a cafe, internet cafe kind of a thing. I just think like these days it's hard. I think it's hard to like run a business like that. I don't think people would go for it, to be honest. I could be wrong, but it seems to me like it would be hard to get to get people who have councils and stuff in the door. What do you guys think? Would that be viable today? I know like there's still some countries that kind of do that, and it's still like kind of viable, but I feel like in America, I don't know. I just don't see. It's hard for me to imagine people coming in and hanging out and paying by the hour. We mostly went for a social aspect, right? Yeah, that's the thing, is that like gaming is more fun with like people. I still game alone, but I do enjoy gaming more with people now. The house games were the best, since no one was good at every type of game. The teams would always be balanced out. Yeah, true. I also have like this idea for a sort of a building you can build as the creatures that constantly spawn, slowly but constantly drip like a small amount of MOBA style units that automatically go fight the enemy. And so it's one of those things where it's sort of like they're just sort of like bullet sponges that are spawned in to kind of create a hassle for the enemy, but they're like super weak. But if you cover the map in them, then eventually you have such a mass of soldiers just constantly marching towards the enemy that they just kind of like overwhelm them. And that's what I mean about like the Zerg style factions, is I like the idea of like if you leave it alone, it becomes too much of a problem eventually, and like you can't overwhelm them. So that's kind of like, that's how I want that faction to be designed, is it's like it has its good, it's got its units, but it mostly focuses on just spreading, and then the more it spreads, the more energy it has to like throw cheap units at you until you just can't do anything about it. Misery, good afternoon. Welcome. Hope your day is going great. Julio, welcome, man. How's it going? More meetings today? Happy Juneteenth. Thank you. Thank you. It's all good mechanic. Also, it's a good mechanic. Also somewhat fair because you know why you lost or won. Yeah. My day is off to a decent start. Coffee, sunshine, and this baller soundtrack. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, I do like it a lot. It's a little bit repetitive, but it's, you know, like most techno music. Augustus says, yo. I just woke up. Nice. You have no work today? It does feel like you work every day. It seems like you're always at work in a meeting. Came here for cool art, now I'm just yapping about games. True. I get going about that. You just mention games and it's like I can kind of go for a little bit. That's like the one subject I like enjoy, clearly just enjoy talking about. And I'd like to think I know a thing or two. Yuri, when you have some time, watch the documentary I sent. It's very interesting how much the world has changed in 110 years. I'm sure it has, yeah, like, it's crazy. It's changed a lot since when I was a kid. What the? I remember not having, like, the internet. You guys remember not... Who here is before internet? The before internet people? What the? Cryptic Vision, thank you so much. I'm sure we have some pre-internet people here, right?
That was weird.
Let's do shout out. We'll do Cryptic Visionary. Thank you, man, so much. Unrecognized command. Wait,
I thought I did it right.
Boom, done. Beautiful work. Thank you, man. Appreciate the raid. Misery says I'm pre-DVD. Yeah, me too. No, I didn't have DVDs. When I remember not having DVDs till I came to America. And even when I came to America, it wasn't right away. There was still a couple of years where VHSs were the thing. If there were DVDs, they weren't around me. Like, they were somewhere else. Cryptic Visionary, thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope you guys had a great stream. If you want to share your socials, feel free. Or if you just want to tell me a story, or whatever. Someone says, I'm also prehistoric. Yeah, me too. Isn't that weird? I'm 35. I'll be 36 here in a minute. And I feel like I existed before dinosaurs did. Like, I really feel that way because just of how fast things have been moving. It's kind of crazy. It's awful. I remember very well what life was like without even the idea of the internet being around. No, I mean, I think the idea, like, I can't say that I didn't know, because, like, there was a lot of movies when I was, like, 9 years old. Kind of like, okay, so 4 is, like, when I can, like, remember back to, like, some things when I was 4 years old. Like, I have, like, vague memories. 9 is when I was, like, more or less sentient, right? Like, you hit that age where you're, like, aware of, you, like, and then, like, I remember, like, RoboCop and Terminator, so I can't say that I ever didn't understand the idea of, like, mass communication, if that makes sense, or, like, the concept of the internet. I think American movies, like, brought that in, so I don't know that I never thought about the idea of, like, the internet. I just didn't think I would ever have it. Like, we've heard of things like we thought about having transponders and talking to people over like a brick, and you can see them, and we all thought like that'll never happen within our lifetimes, and then it happened, and we turned that off on our phones to make sure nobody ever calls us. It's weird, right? Like we realized we didn't want that, even though it seemed so cool in the movies. I grew up at the end of dial-up, but was raised in the VHS for a while until DVD became... Yeah, I think that was a good transitionary. Like, it seemed like the VHS... like, a lot of things happened. There was, like, a lot of steps. Like, you know, it was, like, VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, like, iPod kind of... and then, like, and then it just went, like this. The graph just went like that, technologically. We just abandoned everything and just went into, like, cyberspace. Your phone just does everything now. In the documentary I sent, all the images are from 1880s, 1930s. Seriously? It's almost unsettling. Everything was different. No, I bet. I told my mom I'm already self-aware at 3. Were you self-aware at 3? I don't think I was. I think that I remember having a conversation about how old I was with my parents. And I told them, I'm 4. And when I said I realized I existed, and that was maybe my first, like, thought about me. Like, before that, I didn't realize I existed. I'm like, that's when that's why I remember that, is I'm like, oh. I think 4 is, like, when I became, like, that was my first idea of, like, me as existing. She didn't, but 9 is when I was, like, more, you know what I mean? That's when I was, like, fully conscientious. Like, I understand, you know, believe me, or at least I think, I don't know. I'm still not fully there. She didn't believe me, so I described every detail I remember, and she was floored. I think we all have, like, those really, like, early memories that are, like, eerie. It's like you shouldn't be able to remember them. I have a couple of those that I told my parents about, and they were like, you can't remember that. I'm like, oh, I remember. Luricokia says, have a great weekend. Yuri, thanks for the inspiration. Going to go draw now. Nice. Luricokia, thank you so much for hanging out. We will have a great weekend. Augusta says, I was already noticing women when I was 5 years old. Nice. Like in that way, you mean? Like, because I noticed that they existed, but I don't know. I'm guessing you mean like liking women, kind of thing. Gotcha. Daycare, nice. Yeah. Gotcha. When did you notice? I'm just kidding. Never mind. The joke that was about to come out was too funny. Morning would it? Oh man, Coolio, what the? This is a family show. You can't say stuff like that. Man, guys, did I tell you my sink today? I was like cleaning my kitchen, right? And I did the plunger. Sometimes you gotta hit it with the plunger, and then like my pipe came apart. Like the plastic pipe, like it unscrewed itself slowly in the water, got to the bottom. So I had to like clear out all the chemicals. We got with pencil action noise. We got white pencil. Oh, the white. Yeah, it's loud. Is it loud enough for it to pick it up? Maybe I was thinking about just buying another microphone and just having pencil. Like just to have like the pencil ambience, but I would need it would need to be a high quality like microphone to pick it up correctly and stuff. And then it would argue with the other microphone too. It'd have to be like a separate track, but I could do it probably. Figure it out. Oh yeah. Anyway, my kitchen was a disaster. Yeah. Like pencil ASMR. Yeah. Oh my god, Coolio, I didn't realize your name was Coola Yellow. When the person we rated said that, I thought he was like kidding, And I was like laughing. I'm like, oh wait, it is Kula. I always thought it was Coolio. Cooley or Cooley Low. Well, never mind. I've been saying your name wrong this whole time. But then I realized it actually is Kula Yellow. That's crazy how wrong I get people's names for years. I really do have like, I think I do have a slight dyslexia. It roughly translates to ice colored in my language. Like translucent bluish. Isn't ice like kind of like translucent and bluish tint to it? Interesting. Kula yellow. Misheard lyrics for years, moment, but with names. I had that too. I was like, I had a like, I don't even want to talk about, like, I'm not gonna tell you like what it was, but I had the same thing, and then like someone told me, I was like not even like what I thought it wasn't even like close, like. So I don't even like pretend to understand things anymore. I just don't sing. I just stop or like say anything. Something like that. Hilo means ice in Spanish. Oh, nice. Hilo? Is it Hilo? Hilo? And Gilo is ice in Portuguese. So Hilo, Gilo. Oh yeah, you guys were telling me, Japochi was telling me how the Spanish went to the... I didn't know Spanish had anything to do with the Philippines. That's crazy. That makes sense to me in Spanish. Kula y yellow. Interesting. Karaoke was ruined some great songs for me when seeing the correct lyrics. Isn't that crazy? I'm like, what else am I wrong about in life that I like just assumed I knew? It makes you wonder. How much do I not know? You know what I mean? Or I think I know, I just am completely wrong. I don't want to correct people. It sounds rude and egocentric to do that. I think if it's your real name, Although I did have like in school some kid, he said my name wrong and I just didn't correct him for years. And then like he found out he was saying it wrong and he like got upset at me that I just let him say my name wrong. So it kind of backfired. Jello is Jello pudding in Chicago? What the? One of the most interesting stories was that colonial race of this 15th century. Life was certainly in adventure for those guys. That the point, it isn't even my real name. Oh, that's the point that you right. Yeah, I'm assuming like ice colored isn't like your real name. I'm gonna change my ways. Obviously, no, it's the artists who are wrong. Nice. Taking offense isn't worth it. True. I mean, ultimately, it's just a noise we made up. Our names. We just like made up a noise with our mouths, and then like attached our ego to it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind. Like, I would mind having just a number designated to me. It's fine. Like, I don't even care. Just give me like a serial number. I'm kidding, or whatever. Oh well, it's getting late over here. Time to hit the bed. Take care, everyone. It was fun to hang out. Thank you, discombobulated disco dancer. Thank you, appreciate it. I thought about calling my first kid Blue or number 2. Combine them. Number 2 Blue. Number 2 Blue is like a really good. I that's a good one. But this is a cartoon name. It's a cartoon name. Oh no, believe me, natives were anything. No talking about colonialism, Augustus. You're not allowed to talk about colonialism. Sorry. It brings the energy down. Yeah, I guess I'm a redskin. You just calling my people heathens and degens though. Yeah, it's just gonna it's like a super like can't like we gotta make rules against talking about that stuff or something. I don't know. Touchy subject. Yeah, yeah. We gotta do we're gonna have to put a hard limit. No talking about the Roman Empire. I can't talk. You guys can't talk. It just nothing. Nothing related to any of that stuff. Hmm. I think there was already Frostpunk 2, but either way, that the game is great. A friend streamer usually plays it. Uh, Frostpunk 2 is, I think, like I haven't played that one. I like the Frostpunk. Frostpunk is like this. It's a retro steampunk kind of world where a few people are surviving around like the core. concept of the first game is there's a giant steam engine, and kind of like you heat up your civilization, and you have very limited resources, and the temperatures keep going down, and you have to survive. It's an RTS, but it's not around combat. It's more you're just surviving brutal conditions. And then yeah, Frostpunk 2 kind of zooms out. It's more of a, it's like you already have a sort of a stable colony, and then you like build more outside of that. I played the first one. It was very challenging. I did beat the main campaign, and then I couldn't, and then I never bought Frostpunk 2. But I heard it's a lot easier, but it's very impressive. I really like that world. On Steam, yeah, Frostpunk is on Steam. Yeah, that's crazy. Like everyone knows about Steam now. I would definitely, honestly, like I would catch it on sale. Like if you see it on, put it in your wish list and catch it on. I don't know if it is, but it's definitely, Frostpunk is definitely a game that is worth buying on like a sale. Definitely a really good game. I like the idea, and I like the survival element. Yes. The technology looks very cool. It's a very bleak world, but it has a beauty to it. It's like, oh, it's hard. Try this harder level. Yeah, I remember I had to I remember I had to retry a lot to, like, at least the first main campaign. I probably did it like 4 times before I got the correct pattern of the building and stuff. Because it's easy to like go off the rails. You can't let your people get sick, then they stop working, and things kind of spiral out of control. You can't let them go down that road. You have to like keep them kind of stabilized. You're gonna have sick people, but you can't let they get out of control. So you need like the medical stuff. And I used to play the Long Dark on ultra hard difficulty. Now I'm playing on hard difficulty. It's so strange to see beautiful days and clear skies. Gotcha. You love Manor Lords? Buy it now. It's totally your kind of game. Yeah, I'm just honestly, I've seen Manor Lords. I've seen my friend play it a lot, and I like it. I know it's kind of like is exactly what I wish Total War had done ages ago. I'm not sure exactly where their development has went. When I saw it first, I was watching a friend play, and it looked a little bit undercooked because it was like early access. I saw the battles, and it just felt like a lot of tedium to get to the good part. So right now, my heart is with Dustfront. That's the game I'm really waiting for. I was hoping, because they're releasing Stronghold 4. Again, it's not a 2D engine, it's a 3D engine. I think that was a mistake. I don't think they should have done it. For some reason, when they you know how in the Middle Ages, when you look at like a picturesque European town, the buildings are they're kind of like, I don't know, there's like a winding road, and the buildings are kind of like built around that concept, and then the church is kind of like, you know, on the hill, but it's like it's not squared. In the Stronghold series, every building is like mathematically perfect in terms of its like the way it looks with everything else. It's like you have like these rows of factories, right? That's not how medieval Europe like looked. It looks really like unnatural, and that's why I can't buy the new ones. Now on the 2D engine, that never like, it was the same way, but it never looked like that for some reason. It like visually broke things up in a way like you never like noticed it like that. But I just think like they needed to, like, I kind of understand why they did it that way, but like it's like I've never seen a European castle or town where everything was just like lined up into these gigantic rows that look like factories, and like the town doesn't look like a town, you know what I mean? It doesn't look like hovels and like bigger whatever. It's just like it's all like one row, and it's just built to, you know, to like express efficiency and stuff. It's just like, it isn't like, I don't know, it gets rid of that like romantic kind of like look. And so I don't know. I know Manor Lords has a better look to it, but it's a big uphill. It's just like a big time commitment, right, to get into a big game like that. I would have to spend like the next 2 days kind of figuring out the mechanics. Like, you probably have to make the candles separately for your taverns. Like, I can already see like the amount of tedium that's going to be in there. The only thing that bothers me about these battle-focused RTS games is that I know the correct way to play is to be mathematically perfect, to do everything as fast and frantically as possible. Yes, that's true. That's true. which is Vampire Warcraft, Starcraft, like a grandma, and you'd stop to appreciate the game. Today I know the right way to play is to perform 130 actions, keep balancing the micro and the macro. Yeah, I mean, that's because you're like more aware of the efficiency of the game. Right. But yeah, I do, like, I want a game, like an RTS that isn't so focused on necessarily like stomping out the enemy, but more like a RTS, but like Factorio, where you build a base and then problems happen, you fix them, and kind of spread out. I do. That's kind of, I guess the game I'm making isn't going to be like that, but it would be cool to have a world that isn't necessarily, like I said, I think the future of RTS is going to be an RTS, but it's more chill kind of an experience, because I think most people don't want a 1v1 super intense kind of combat win or lose situation. They want something, I think they want something like RimWorld, where it's complicated, there's decisions to be made, you like build stuff, you make this, and then there is conflict, but it's not the point of the entire experience. And I think that's the future. I think even if the game is really, really good, I don't think like I don't think that you'll it'll still have an audience and stuff like that, but I just think that that's the way to go, is to have RTS / civilization builder. Not everything is war constantly. Have you tried Dyson Sphere program? Coolio, I know about that game, and I didn't pull the trigger on buying it, but I know about it, and it was recommended to me. Because it's like an interplanetary supply chain kind of game. I know about it. It looks very good. I just, like, honestly, I looked at it and I knew in my heart it was about to like rip like 400 hours out of my life, and so I decided not to buy it because it looked too good. Like, it looked too good. But I bought RTS games. I thought RTS games would be a sport, and that's what happened. The problem is that the general public doesn't like being a gamer, as if it was. Yeah, I think they're catering to too small of an audience. I think that's an issue. See, the thing is they weren't always wrong. Like the Korean era of like StarCraft 1, they made the right bet. That's what was wanted and needed, and it took off. And I think there was a lot of hope that e-gaming was gonna or esports was gonna be like a thing, and it never really kind of became as big as I think people were hoping for, or the investors were hoping for. And I think it'll always be there, but like I said, I would not try to make a super intense RTS like a 1v1 StarCraft style. I think that is doomed to fail. Because I think about, like, when me and my friends play RTSs, we get on like Rusted Warfare, we set up me and my friend versus like 3 insane AI, and we like slowly push through and destroy them. So it's kind of like RTS, and you chill and you talk, kind of an experience, right? Like, I think that's what people are yearning for. They still want the RTS, they just don't want like head-to-head kind of super intense 40 minutes of like adrenaline, like sweat. I agree. Yeah, that's my take on it. My Claude opened by itself just now. I've never had it like randomly open. Fable 5 is currently. Did you guys hear the story where the government banned? Did you guys hear the story where there was a model that Anthropic had that they banned because it was too good at finding security vulnerabilities, and they found that it wouldn't let you do security vulnerabilities unless you asked it in the right way, like fix this code, and then it would. And so the U.S. government stepped in and like said you have to ban this model. It's kind of crazy that we're getting to the point where like everyone has access to like something where the government is like, whoa, 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 you can't have that tool. Like it's just like, I guess like they were experimenting with it, and it's like it's really really good at finding like just the craziest like problems within whatever kind of structure, and like it just finds ways to like get through security systems in the most unusual way, because it finds a vulnerability or several of them and combines them in a way that you can get through. So it's like it's kind of interesting and scary that's like becoming a reality. I still play StarCraft every week, and honestly, it's pure stress. Exactly. There are days I can't even sleep after playing. It's really cool, but it's very stressful. Yeah, I think most people like opt out of that eventually. meteor could have hit us. No, we would have heard about it from NASA for like weeks and weeks and weeks. They never, they talk about meteors that never hit us. We would have known about it. And I'm going to sound ignorant now. Oh no, Augustus, please don't do this to me. What are you about to say? I'm almost afraid to read what you're about to say. Oh, I'm shocked watching my modeler friend at work. It's so powerful. Those 4 or 5 modeling programs are so powerful. A guy today can do work that requires several teams of Okay, thank God. I was afraid you were gonna say something else. I'm like, I just can't. Like, yes, technology is moving very quickly. I was talking about this the other day. Godot and all of these programs have made it like the technical level required reminds me of the Roman Empire. Just just keep that in, like, we can't, like, it's gonna get me in trouble, and, like, you know, you gotta keep that, like, well, anyway, the technical knowledge required to make a game is a lot less than it was even, I would say, 8 years ago. Like a lot less. So anyone with time can do it now, I think. I think anyone with time can do it. Whereas before, you had to kind of be very, very, very tech inclined to get your foot in the door. The amount of hurdles were just insane. So I'm making a game because the bar has fallen low enough in some so in that sense, that's good. Like when you hear people from the 80s talk about it, like how hard it was to get a pixel on a screen to animate. It's not like now where you can download Godot and within half an hour you can have a figure walking around animated. It wasn't like that at all. Not that long ago. It's absurd that a guy can just play around making custom car parts. He knows the modeling. Well, it's not playing around, right? Like, you have to know stuff to make custom car parts. Like, I just want to push back on that. Like, it's like if it was easy to make custom car parts and make money off of it, everyone would sit down and do it. Like, you have to have the correct measurements to those cars and know what people want and stuff. Like, it's you know, you're not gonna make money, like, because then it would just be super easy and then everyone would do it. Imagine if someone had said 30 years ago that someone without formal training could make make parts and accessories at home. Yeah, I wouldn't run away with it. It's easy. Like, I tried rebuilding a motorcycle some years ago, a GS 1100, and there's way more resources now to do it on the internet, and it was still really hard. And like, let's say I made a headlight for 80s motorcycle cafe racers with a 3D printer. It's the amount of like steps you have to go through to figure out what the cafe community like wants that they would actually put on their bike, and then having it be a kit that isn't useless, that has to be like immediately modified when it gets to the customer. It's a lot of work. Like you know what I mean? Like it's an enormous amount of work to get something like that working. To have a part that fits a vehicle, that doesn't have to be drilled into, that the customer can just use. Like I wouldn't run away with the idea that he's playing around. He probably put in hundreds of hours of research to like get things to fit and all of that stuff. It's all power in the world, but it's not easy. Yeah. Suzuki GS 1100, yes sir. It's a GS 1100 GS. It's the precursor to the Super Sport. It's the engine that was like, it basically Japan in 1980s, early 1980s was trying to compete with the Harley Davidson, and they tried to kind of create this cruiser, inline four cruiser bikes. And they did develop their audience, I think, more in the European market. I don't think it ever really took off in America. But they have like these super powerful engines laying around now that are really just like a small car engine. You can probably power like a small car relatively comfortably if you like knew what you were doing and all that. But what was I going with that? Basically, yeah. So, but basically, that motorcycle, that sort of framework kind of turned into the modern super sport bike. The inline four engine, like they're still bulletproof. They're still really good. I mean, I say bulletproof. Like, if you were really to pick up a bike from the 80s, you're gonna have to do a rebuild, like a light rebuild at least. That's if you get super lucky. You'll probably end up spending like $2,000 buying like rubber pieces and replacing this and that to kind of get it to actually like work. So I would definitely say, if you're gonna do a vehicle project, make sure you're like rich. Like, it helps out a lot if you have just a ton of money. When they say like it's cheap and easy to work on them, they meant like back then, like when the parts didn't cost $400 for like a custom rubber boot to order from Japan. That's what they meant. Now it's really expensive, and yeah. But it was fun. And it did barely, like I did get it to be on the street legally, and I rode on it. I don't think I ever got things to work completely correctly. Like, it always, like, I think it was running like really lean, and it took a while to get the engine to like I would have to start it and it would want to die, and then like I don't think I ever had that carburetor tuned in right, or it was sucking in air somewhere. I couldn't like figure it out, but it was, you could get it on the road and you could go places. So I'm not super mechanically inclined. It was an uphill battle and expensive. But a person who truly has good ideas. No, I think a lot of people have good ideas. I just think it takes like I have a lot of good game ideas. I think it just takes so much effort to like make anything work. But I think a lot of people have, like, genuinely like have good ideas. It's just like it takes a lot to make it come to fruition. And who Master ZBrush have similar problems. The person has potential that entire groups of engineers had decades ago. Yes. I do think, like, now, like I said, you can make a game alone at home that it would take a studio just 30 years ago to make. You know, it might take you like 5 years still, right? And there was a demo recently that they were showing. They were using, I think it was Claude Anthropic combined with some 3D engine. I forget like which. I think it was id Soft. Was it id? No, it was Epic Games. So I don't know exactly what engine. Anyway, they were kind of showing like this. They were trying to sell this like new future of like worlds were going to be designed, and they showed like it's like a map, and they're like place down a city, and you draw the roads, and the AI like take care of everything. And they were like, this would take like 3 months to build the city. Now it takes like 3 days for a small team to do it. Like, and I don't know how realistic that is. Obviously they're trying to sell this idea of like if you get in with us, like this is the future. You're gonna build out these worlds in like no time. And part of that is true. They're probably like over zealously selling the idea now, but in the next another 10 years it like will be like that, like the way they're trying to sell it now, right? So yeah, I mean it's crazy. I think you'll like the game My Summer Car. Coolio, I love My Summer Car. I love My Summer. I like even the. It's not that I just like My Summer Car. I like the retro Finland kind of thing, like the whole thing. I just love the whole thing. What a strange little game. Yeah, I love My Summer Car. I have difficulty imagining what this future world will be like. Nobody knows, right? It is gonna be wild. I don't think the people working on the future stuff know how the cookie's gonna crumble. Like, nobody knows. Like, Mr. Future knows the future. I mean, it's right in his name, so. As much as I like World of Horizon Zero Dawn to materialize. There is one point in their history that humanity gets deleted, so I'm not sure about that. Yeah. I've never played that game, so no comment. I mean, I'm familiar with like I'm you know, we've all seen that scenario with like Terminator and stuff. But honest, I just for some reason I don't think it will be. It's like a hard reset. Yeah, I don't really think like that we're gonna have a Skynet situation. For some reason, that my vibe is not like. Maybe I'm overly optimistic, but I just don't think. What the? CD Unk? What the? I haven't got to stop by in a while, and I finally got a few bit. Thank you, man. So I wanted to give you what I could. I appreciate it, man. Just watching you help me draw, and I wish I could make it by more. Hey, man, I appreciate the 100 bits, man. Yeah, super appreciate it. Thank you for the dinosaur emoji. You know, thanks for being here. Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate the if life gets super busy, it's hard to go to every stream. Sometimes it's tough. Like sometimes when usually I've been hanging out in Future Oil's stream after my stream because he kind of streams after. But there's so many people out there that are like good now, or not now, but I just mean in general. It's hard to. There's not. I wish there was more time. Because right now I'm kind of pushing like 3 projects at the same time. It is really hard to. Like if you do all 3, they all move really slow. But if you do and then if you do one, then obviously you're just not doing the others. So it's always like a tough balance. I've been working with a night streamer, so my schedule is hard to make it around. I've been working. Oh, you're working with a streamer? Nice. Like a collab type of deal? Doing art and clips and all extra stuff. Yeah, that would be the bee's knees, right? Like that's how a lot of people like blow up. Is like basically they you gotta do. See, I don't have the energy, but like the thing to do is to grow is to like have the clipping stuff happen on some whatever, look at TikTok, and then if that blows up, you like funnel those people to your stream, right? Like it's really difficult to like. So yeah, that would be the way to go. I just don't have the I don't clip stuff. I just kind of stream and do my thing. But that would be like if I had like money, if I was gonna put money in somewhere, that's what I would do, is hire someone just to sit on my stream all day and be like, that was like like funny or clever or whatever, just clip that TikTok, clip that TikTok. Because like that's like, if you blow up that way on TikTok, then that's the correct way to grow. He's doing the right thing by having somebody do that. I hear you, it can be a lot, especially when streaming big hours. Julio, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the sub. Yeah. Well, also, I think the issue is that I ran into what I did. The mistake I'm making right now is too many. I'm split between like 3-4 projects, and that's kind of why I'm so bottlenecked. And even if I work hard all day every day, things move like forward very slowly. That's my issues. I'm bad at managing my temptations. I see the new shiny thing and I go do it, and I do it, but it's I've sort of I supply cap myself from advancing quickly is essentially what I did. Thank you, Vule. I hear that. My ADHD rules me. Yeah, I need to get better at it. I need to get better at, like, once I finish some of the stuff, I'm going to focus more on like the things that are, you know what I mean, like the things that are in front of me. Try to clip poros whenever I can, but it's either it happened too fast or the joke is too good. He could be canceled. Yeah, right. True. You gotta keep those really funny jokes inside. Like the peasants versus castles jokes you did. Oh yeah. Was that bad? I feel like that wasn't too bad, was it? Sounded like a good one. Should I say it again? I don't feel like it was it that bad? I said that I didn't like castles when they started turning into mansions. And if oh okay, it was kind of bad, yeah, it was not like cuz like I said, I'm trying to actually found that has offensive humor tag in it. Oh really? Yeah. Well, I said something along the lines of, now that I'm saying it slow and I'm not in the moment, it does sound really bad. But it was something along the lines of like a real castle keeps the peasants out, right? Like if you have a mansion and you can reach up to a window and get in, it's not a real castle. Like it was something along those lines, but it doesn't. Now, like this feels like an HR moment where they ask you to like say it back, and the joke doesn't. It's not as funny when you say it to HR, right? Like it's. But I was merely implying that like a real castle keeps people out. If your windows are low enough that the peasants can get in, then it's like that's not a castle, bro. That's like you're rich. We get it. They didn't keep themselves safe from the revolution. True. Yeah. Yummy Rocks. Yummy Rocks, hello, hey. Nice name. You dual stream to Green Place, don't you? We are thinking about it. I do Kick sometimes. I haven't even checked on it. I don't know what's going on. I do stream there sometimes because it's like hooked up in my OBS, but I don't really focus on it. But I mostly do YouTube and Twitch. But so. Like, if I was gonna get rid of something, I would... Like, Kick is the one that I've never had any kind of success in. What's a hype train, anyways? That's like when someone gives you money, and the hype train is like, hey, it's just trying to trick you into giving me more money. You don't... It's just... Oh, thank you for the follow. It's more... It's more like, It's like a... It's trying to get your fans to be like, oh, like let's all give him money now because the hype train will be more and stuff like that. Thanks. Your art is insane, by the way. I love it. So detailed. It literally looks like a comic book cover. Comic book character. Nice. Thank you, Yummy Rocks. I appreciate that. Maybe I should put a tag like offensive humor, because I do sometimes venture into offensive humor. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I do step on that, but I don't know. You get emotes and stuff for the hype. Yes, you do get emotes. They give you stuff. Currently drawing yourself. Nice. Nice. Yeah. No, drawing is great. Love it. Thanks, your art is insane, by the way. He's my favorite traditional artist. Nice. I mean, it would be funny if, for those who are not too sensitive. Yeah, and I don't want to offend people, because sometimes like an idea comes into my head, and I'm like, I do a quick analysis of like how bad it is, and you know, you just sometimes you're gonna. There's no way to like make jokes and not sometimes step on a landmine. Like there's just no way to do it, especially if you're doing like hours of talking. Like you just can't. There's no way to do it, right? But my intention is to be funny. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely it's definitely like, because you don't have a lot of time to like weigh and assess whether it's like gonna be good. Like I'm sure I've said offensive stuff, but the idea was that it would be funny. People who get offended on everything amiss, they'll get it wrong. Well, I think like some people are looking for a super chill like art experience, which I think this is, but I just can't help it. Sometimes I got a joke inside of me, and I'm like, that will be funny. But I get it. Like they don't want like the more risky comedy. I get it. Like to celebrate the release of Toy Story 5, I'm drawing the toys from Toy Story. I started with Woody, then I did Buzz, then I did Mr. Potato, Mrs. Mr. Potato, and then I did Forky from Toy Story 4, and now I'm about to draw Jessie. I remember I watched. Maybe I should rewatch those movies. I haven't seen a Toy Story in forever. I know they kept making them, or like they did, right? But I remember, like, when I first came to America, like, those were really good movies. Like, the first couple. Like, I liked them. But I feel like I, like, grew out. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Coolio. But yeah, it's hard to make jokes now. Yeah, I think it's not a super good idea. Because everyone's going to interpret it like, if they don't know you, they don't know the context of like where your heart is at, so they could be like, he really means that. You know what I mean? Like they just extrapolate anything. So yeah, because of that, I think a lot of it lands though. People always end up putting their own problems on your joke. Yeah, there's that. But it is like, it's not all. See, the thing is like, I can see someone saying jokes in like a mean-spirited way, where they're saying it's a joke, but really they want to say the thing, and so they're using that as a vehicle to deliver something bad. I get it. Like it's not all like one-sided, like right? Like it is a nuanced thing where you kind of have to like assess like what is this person doing, kind of thing. But yeah, so it just is what it is. Some people are like, oh no, they kicked the dog. Cancel button. They kicked the dog. Yeah, I don't know. I feel. I don't know. I feel like kicking the dog. Probably don't do that, but. Like, I've owned Aries for a while, and I've yet to kick him once, so I feel like that's... You can hold off on the dog kick, you know. If there's anything people hate, is animal... Like, dog abuse, like they... Like, that is definitely the... Like, if you want to be hated, like, kick a dog or a cat. Like, you will be hated. Rightfully so. I'm just saying, like, that's probably not a good... I mean, my cat sometimes trips me, and I'm beginning to think if they're doing it intentionally. Gotcha, yeah. I think the maddest I've ever been at my dog is when I came home one day from work and this desk was on the floor sideways. And there's no reason for it to be like... And he's never done it before. Just one day I come in here and just like half this room is like upside down for some reason. And then like... I couldn't figure out how or why he did it, but then I realized he was using the... He like... Something on the vest, on his vest... like caught on the desk, and then he dragged it out, and like everything fell over. That was the maddest I got in my dog. Oh no, bad boy. Yeah, I just like, it was like, I was not happy that day, but I'm like, oh no, it happened twice in a row. He had a tantrum. No, I think what happened was there was a piece of food under the desk. Most likely I was eating here. Something fell under, and when he went to go under, there's that bar, and it snagged at the bottom. And when he tried to come back out, he flipped the desk. I think that's what happened, because it happened once. And then it happened again. Thank you, but thank you for the follow. And then it happened again like 2 days later. Something happened, and then it happened like 2 days later again, and then it hasn't happened since. So I think he was trying to get food that fell under the desk. But yeah, that was like, I'm like, dude. Because nothing worse than like having to like have a major project to take care of like as soon as you get home. Because the thing is, like, some of the metal bent on this thing. Like some of the there was a few pieces that like bent, and I'm like, there's no way to really fix it now. You know, it was devastating. I was upset. Cat's trying to get... Yeah, canceled. Yeah. This song makes me think of like having those like a glow stick. I don't know why, but every time I like listen to this music, it makes me think of like people with like '90s sunglasses and glow sticks or something. He likes to be foot doomed, yeah. For the most part, people trip because they won't want to make the step that will propel the cat into space. Right, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I naturally like do like you naturally your body contorts not to like fall in your pet. It like naturally knows how to do that. These flaps are starting to look pretty sharp. Also, them flaps are starting to shape up. Thank you for the follow. Are you guys bad mouthing '90s sunglasses? No, I'm just like there's certain music that kind of like reminds me of certain things, like a specific like this definitely is like glow stick territory, and probably other things. But you know, like it really does. I never thought of it that way. It makes me think of After Hours Club. I used to go dance at when the bars shut down though. The good old days. Honestly, I never went through a bar or a club. Well, we don't have like clubs out here, but I never like went to like those techno clubs and stuff like that. I was very like introverted. I never even attempted to. But bars just seemed like kind of more like not my thing. I probably, if I lived in the city more, like if I had been in a like, you know, like a city folk kind of person, I probably would have done a little bit of that. But I didn't. So yeah, I don't have. I only know. I only know it like. It's all words to me. I've never really been in a rave or anything like that. I'm very lame. Like I went to one concert and only because my buddy had tickets. So, but I did pay for all the alcohol, so it was. Yeah, I spent way more money than I should have. I was a dance on speakers type of. Wow, yeah, no, I was very late. Like I don't know, I just never, definitely did not do any of that. You know what? I can imagine riding like a sports bike through Tokyo to this music. Doesn't it kind of sound good right now to this music? Like to like some cyberpunkish kind of city. It kind of reminds me maybe like Akira energy. You were wild. Now I feed squirrels. Yeah, I never like really had a. Maybe it's because I was poor. I was aware of how poor I was, so I was like, man, I need to manage my resources like really well. Also, I realized how bad I was at school. I'm like, man, my life is gonna be full of like brutal manual labor, so I need to never make a mistake. Like, I was like so aware of like how little mistake I could make. And you know what I mean? So like, I think that's why. I was not fun at all. I'm like, I always had someone pick a fight with me or try to, but I never been to a club or rave either. Yeah, dude, some people they like attract, like they can't leave their house after 9 p.m. without like bad things will happen for some reason. You know what I mean? Like they just have that, like they just attract that world to them. But I don't think I do. I've always like, I don't know. You know, I've been to bars like here and there, but it was always like, let's go play pool while we like nurse a beer. Like it was never like, never had like that what you guys are talking about. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna say, you know, other stuff, drugs, or I'm assuming we're involved. My personal favorite that I have been seen Faros is the Dolphin Dystopia drone. Everyone loves that one, and it's been. By the way, I sold that one, and people love it. Yeah, the Dolphin Dystopia was clearly a spark of genius that I haven't been able to replicate. It's wild. I'm a little fella, 5'8", and always smiling. I don't understand. Yeah. I don't know. It's harder to say. Like, is it the bigger guy that gets challenged, or is it the smaller people that get picked on? Right. I really don't know. Like, it's more. I think it's more about like your energy that you bring. If I feel like if you're like a big guy and you bring kind of like that energy, then you're gonna meet people that want to meet that. They're gonna want to challenge you and see what you're about. So I don't know, but I'm definitely talking outside my realm. I'm bouncy. I've been trying to draw with an iPad and PC, but it's insanely hard to go from paper to digital. There's definitely like, no matter how fast the computers get, there's still a little bit of like a mental disconnect between what I'm putting down and like it just doesn't feel the same. Like I still feel like a delay when I do the digital like little pad. I almost feel like the mouse is better because it's still like the mouse is like right now. And I've tried the Wacom tablet, and I still feel like it feels off, and it feels like the angle is off. I don't know. I never could get into it. I do like the pressure that you can adjust the pressure, and it'll do darker lines. Like that is very cool. And I'm sure if I spent like 200 hours on it, I could get into it. But I never really found the Wacom tablet as an actual useful. Let me be careful what I say. You can do concept arting with the Wacom tablet, but I felt like anytime I was trying to do something that was actually going to be implemented for something, I had to like drop all that and use the mouse and keyboard to get like the precision I needed. Because so anyway, it's my 2 cents on that. That is cool. I'm trying to use free app. Same, yeah, my entire life. That's probably part of my issue. No, the Wacom tablet is just the brand of the tablet. I used Krita is fine. Krita works just fine. I use Krita for everything. I think you can do professional level work in that. Yeah, I think people were looking at my pixel art for my game for the door I was doing. I don't think they were asking like what I was using to draw that, and I think that's proof that like you can get like really good results. Asprite has everything you need. It really does. So Misery says, "Move my desk again. I can't make this studio work. I need to. This desk can be separated. I need to put this over there. I have so much more room in this room if I were to just organize the space a little bit better." So eventually I need to get around to doing that. I need to move this. I'll literally free up 1/3 of this room, but I need to like dedicate a week into it because I gotta move a bunch of stuff, and it's a whole hassle. Isn't it Procreate? It's the go-to drawing app for iPad. I've never had an iPad. I've never used an Apple product ever in my life, except in middle school, and I didn't like it. Yeah, I was always like a PC fanboy. That's where the games were, so. I hate this thing. This iPad sucks. Is it like an older? Are you having that issue where like they get to 3 years old and they stop working, or like why don't you like it? I'm just curious because I never. It's 2025. Damn. I don't know. I've only heard good things about Apple products, like in terms of like for artists and stuff. Like it works really well. The software is solid. But yeah, I don't know. I just am stuck in my own little world in terms of what it shits about all the time, crashes. Really? It may be the websites. Really? I've only heard like the opposite. Like it was supposed to be the normal computers that crash all the time, and the Apple stuff was supposed to be like. Maybe my irritation is misguided. Yeah, I don't know. I've always heard like the PC is the experience you get, like it crashes, you have to open up the terminal and hack into your BIOS to get anything to work, right? And the Apple is the light, the shiny beacon at the top of the hill. and you know, but it sounds like Apple isn't. Maybe they've sort of went downhill. I don't know. But I don't know. But I'm glad I kind of lived my entire life outside of that sphere of influence, because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like once you go in the ecosystem, the Apple ecosystem, it's really hard to get out, if that makes sense. It could be Twitch and Discord messing with it. Yeah, that's true. Misery says, I'm going to try and do a 72-hour fast while my husband is out of... That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. I would, like, have days off, make sure no one's around, so you can just, like... Because it's hard psychologically doing a, How many... 72 hours, is that 3 days? 24... 48... Hold on, I got stuck. What's 24 times 3? Is that 72? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 72. Okay. Sorry, 24 times 3, 72. So 3 days. That's pretty rough. I'm just saying that is rough. But I don't give medical advice. So I'm gonna stop talking about it there. But I did do it, and I felt like definitely don't have. Make sure you have those 3 days off to yourself, because it is you're gonna be sleepy and irritable and like tired. But I think it's good. I think it's, like I said, I did it, and I felt like you're definitely gonna like shave off like 8 to 10 pounds, like easy. He eats so much and always snacking, it's hard not to eat when I cook. Right, yeah, no, I totally get it. I've heard like people do fasting, like it seems like it does, this is not medical advice, but it seems like it does, like fasting seems like it heals a little bit, you know what I mean? Like it gives your body a chance to kind of use up resources that are like clogging stuff up, and just heals you a little bit, you know. But I definitely was ready to go back to eating at the end of the 3 days. It resets the immune system. That's what I hear too. Yeah, like, well, somebody that I know did like, I can't remember if it was 7 or 8 days, and they said they actually had some chronic, again, not medical advice. This is all comedic evidence off of what one person told me. We're all adults, we understand, but he told me he had some chronic thing that actually got better after those 7 days of not eating. Again, not medical advice, please consult your doctor. I also might maybe go vegetarian when I go back to eating. Might go vegetarian. Okay. Well, you gotta try out new things. I went more in the other, I was like 180% in the other direction. Wacom released the Android-based Movkin pad, and fans were worried. What happens when the hardware can't keep up with the Android versions anymore? A similar thing happened in XP Pen, and people don't want something that will be a future paperweight. Wait, let me read that one more time. Wacom released the Android-based Movin pad, and fans were worried. What happens when the hardware can't keep up with the Android versions anymore? A similar thing happened with XP Pen, and people don't... Yeah. Interesting, yeah. 4 hours, 27 minutes. Alright, guys. I think I'm gonna skedaddle. We're at that time. We're at that time. 4 hours, 30 minutes. I'm gonna go tend to my other things and hobbies and other things that I gotta go do and work. It was good to see you. CD Unk, thank you so much for the... Thanks so much. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. Nice. Thank you, man. I'm gonna work on the game some, and I gotta finish some other stuff and then do some work tonight. I'll probably stay up pretty late tonight, but yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Sorry, there was a bug in here. I'll be back tomorrow raiding out. Yeah, let's raid out. Let's do a raid out. But super enjoyable stream. Let's see who's on that we're following. We'll just do CNOT Brush. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys later. Y'all have a great one. Y'all have a great one.